Hello, Parser people. Happy Monday. Happy Christmas week Monday. Yeah. So tonight we've got the same thing we've been doing every Monday night, which is trying to take over the world. We are recreating we're recreating a BBC micro game in Inform. We're recreating it because it has only two people who have played this game on the interactive fiction database. And I think it's an important part of the sort of enthusiast community of creating text adventures, creating interactive fiction. This game is Wychwood. It's by Larsoft, by Geoff Larsen. I cannot find a whole lot about this author. He put out 6 games over the course of only 4 years. So for those 4 years, he was pretty prolific, and I find that like really, really interesting. You know, that somebody would write games that are relatively well received. At least now, if you look at you know, things 3-star or better games. You know, and ones that like people remember fondly. Like if you look at the one for Hex, there is actually a review. And it's somebody like remembering this fondly. So what's interesting about this game? Let's go through what we've got in our window. So as always, we have top right, we have the research window. We're starting off with a emulation of the game. We've got my YouTube playthrough of Wychwood and the 9 Dancers. I think this is super, super interesting just to see the similarities in his writing style. This was a game that's actually promoted in this game. And it's the next game that Geoff Larsen created. And both of them are obsessed with time puzzles. And the other weird obsession that is much more so in the 9 Dancers is that the solution to everything is climbing on it. You know, kind of a interesting habit that maybe came out in later games. But the obsession with time puzzles is what drives the game that most people know of his, Hex. And that supposedly is a very constrained time puzzle. I find that really, really fascinating. You know, playing with time, like we're working in a system where like you have the concept of turns, you have the concept of time, and like progress per turn. I find that a really like interesting way for it to kind of approach the text adventure medium. And like at this time, so like this is 1985, 1986. So like we're already dealing with the fact that like Infocom is already like pretty deep in making games. I'm trying to find a quick look up. Haha. Yeah, so this is after Planetfall. This is after all of Enchanter. This is after Hitchhiker's Guide. This is the same year as A Mind Forever Voyaging. So I find it really interesting that this like enthusiast style of writing is so much like the Enchanter and the Zork like, or the Colossal Cave, where you're like trying to do things. I think where you're like trying to accomplish discrete goals. I think what I find like most fascinating about his writing in general is that it's evocative in a way that I think a lot of that Zork-ish kind of writing, isn't often. One of the big like UK writers is the person who made Inform, Graham Nelson. And like he wrote Curses, which is like probably the best regarded of that style. I do think that we should play it on Text Adventure Tuesday pretty soon. But yeah, so we've got our research window, which also has the walkthrough. Super useful. We also have our main window. Our main window has Inform, the IDE, which on the left has the code. On the right has various things like documentation, like actually playing the game. As you can see, we have some kind of issue with our image. It's also got like the index, which is maybe one of the most important things in the Inform IDE. This gives us our map of the world. It's a pretty big map. It's got a lot of rooms. It gives us our entire contents, which we can get other ways, but this is an interesting look to see like what is the most important parts of this game. How do we like put this together? Like Wychwood Manor downstairs is 1,200 words. Just that like slab area is 1,200 words. The cabins are 900 words. Like, so it gives us an ability to like organize things and sort of see, okay, is this too big from like a management perspective? None of this is. But I think it's an interesting like function. The index does some other cool things. It also gives not the index. Testing is what I was going to show off. Testing gives us branches in the ways games can go. So we have one run here where I believe, well, we'll see. This one looks like the farthest because we're waving the flag at the bull to get them to come at us. And we have branches here like, oh, okay, empty bucket early. It doesn't do anything. So we can test like different branches of the decision tree. I think this is super useful. I would love to see this with other games, being created as you play it. I think that would be really wild. Okay. What else do we have? We have documentation here. Super valuable. And then we also have the results window, which I really love to just see, okay, we have 6,600 words. We have 48 rooms, 66 things. I really like seeing that just to like see where we're at. And then bottom right is live captions. So, okay, where did we get last time? We got up to this part right here. We figured out a way to lose the game. So every turn when the black bull is chasing, if the location of the black bull is not the location of the player, let the way be the best route from the location of the black bull to the location of the player. So it's creating a variable here, which I'm super interested by, because this is, I think, the first time that we've used this like let the construction. So let the way, and that just creates a variable way, be the best route from the location of the black bull to the location of the player. Try the black bull going the way. So try is the way to say do this action. Like try to make this happen. And if it can't happen, we can set things up on that, but like try going the way. Say the bull moves towards me. Now the bull is close. And I think if we go up to source contents, there we go. If we go up to the beginning, when we talk about how to win the game, end the game, every turn when the black bull was close, so you get one turn to move. Say the bull gets me, end the story saying end of game. So I do love this. We have two pretty serious ends of the game. So we're definitely making progress. We have not found the way to win the game. There are also, and I don't know, ever since putting these in, I've had thoughts about soft locks. And like, so if we go back to the source, back to the contents. So a great place where you can get soft locked. I took one out because it seemed like an error. And that one is in, not the kitchen. That's going out to the garden. And I think what they meant to do is just close the door. But what they really did, what the original game does, is delete that item. Or like, it doesn't create that item. I've done the scantest bit of research on the Quill over the past few days. And it's definitely, so I put some of this in our Discord. I know we don't talk about the Discord. There is a Discord. There is a cool little link. Please come say hi. We'd love to chat. But what I found was a list of, or not a list, an archive of Micro Adventurer magazine. Only ran for like 17 issues apparently, or at least in the way that this this archive has I think 2 copies of everything. What I found interesting is that this is a game made relatively early in the history of what it's written in, the Quill. So the Quill lasted for a really, really long time. It was really, really just like cornerstone of, I think, specifically the British style of writing. There was, you know, it's a small community around like ZX Spectrums and like and BBC Micros and those kind of like microcomputers, TRS-80s as well. So it seems like, you know, because of that retro aesthetic, as well as the retro aesthetic of text adventures, I think that it lasted longer than other media might have on the system. But anyway, all that to say that this game, so the Quill came out in 1984, 1980. Trying to check the issue. I think 1985, like really early 1985. And this game was made in 1985. I guess 1984, because there are two Larsoft games from 1984. So, like, what's wild to me is that Larsoft, Geoff Larsen, was one of the earliest writers, and it seems like he wasn't professionally backed. He wasn't like distributed in quite the same way. It seems like there's like he's an early enthusiast that was creating games and creating relatively high quality games for an enthusiast. I don't know. I just, all of that to say that as I've been learning more and more about the BBC Micro, this is a triumph within the system. And you know, this is early Quill. There's so much here that, like, if something was here, I bet it was created here. So I don't know. I think my increased research into the BBC Micro and the Quill is like solidified why this game. So, okay. We have been kind of looking at this from a few perspectives. And we were talking about soft locks. So you can soft lock on the door in... Keep clicking the wrong thing over here. Source. You can soft lock on the door. And I don't know entirely how I feel about that. And the reason why is because I'm thinking that, like, it almost makes sense. Like, you mess up the door, you're stuck. From like a narrative sense, it kind of makes sense to soft lock somebody. The right thing to do from a game design sense is have a secondary puzzle that, like, you can't fail. But I think it's okay to have games that can't be 100%ed. You know, in like every run. I find it interesting in almost like a roguelike way. Like, all right, you just have to finish it. But then why not just give the quit screen? You know, like, you're not going to get in. I just find it... I find the idea of soft locks more and more interesting from a game mechanic perspective, but only if they're treated well. And the problem is the basic soft lock does not treat it well. But okay. So in my little window, I tried to do it in 5 minutes. I got pretty far to get to where we should be. So we have the squib. We can leave. Now we know what happens when... Oh yeah, that's the other soft lock in the garden. Because the shed burns down. Okay. So we can go west, we can go north, we can go north. We can open door. We can go door. We go west, we get the rod. And like, this is another thing that I find struggling in some of these earlier games. Like, okay, you have a rod here, I guess, but why is that the item to pick up? You know, it's definitely a balance. You know, we've talked about combinatoric explosion, the sort of idea that like every time you have a noun, then you have to describe it using nouns, and then you have to like describe those using nouns, and you end up with like a ton of different things. You know, same idea with like don't ever make a kitchen. But I wonder about what, like, this doesn't feel lived in as a game world, and it doesn't have to. But if you're trying to make something that does feel lived in, that does feel like narrative more than text adventure, which I think this has like mild aspirations to be. There has to be more interaction with the game world that makes the rod and line here. You know, okay, it's a lounge with a bunch of like mounted fish. Okay, there's a rod and line, I guess. But like, why am I picking it up except that it is a thing to pick up? Anyway, we go north, we go east. Double check. Oh, we didn't fill the bucket. I forgot to fill the bucket. But this kind of backtracking, like, I guess to a degree, you get a bucket. What is a bucket for? It's for being filled. But like that level of backtracking, I don't know how I feel about that, because, you know, and I've talked about this as like acts. Like you're at the first act. If we look at our index and our map, like the first act I have regioned out is really this slab. Like this is all just prelude to the slab. And then the second act is everything in the house, and like there's a natural motion here. We're exploring another section, but then for no reason you backtrack to the cabin and to the southern pond. I find that so odd. All right. Bucket of water. Excellent. Okay. Then we have the fierce dog, a wooden shed, a pile of grass. Dog snarls at me, won't let me in. Okay. Like, I think it's even okay to have like one answer to things. I know we've been playing a lot of like modern text adventures on Text Adventure Tuesday lately, where like repeated actions is an important part of the gameplay. And I don't know. It's something that I definitely don't know how I feel about. Unless like the game asks for it specifically. Like, I think a really meditative game with like very few things to look at, that would be fine. But I literally just said that you need more detail to have a world feel lived in. But there's like a difference between what needs to be there and what doesn't. And I think having like extreme depth is a choice. But like, I think Eat Me did it well when, okay, you knew that you had to do things repeatedly. And like that limited it by the actions that you can take. You can only really do one action in that game. So it makes sense that you would use it over and over again. That one thing wouldn't necessarily solve it. And especially taking into account like the concept of a turn as a discrete unit of time. But I don't know, doing it in a fuller game, if there's like a plot reason, I can see it. Like I'm using it as a way to, or like a gameplay reason. Like I'm using it as a way to tell people that they're going further in the game for the game that I'm writing that hopefully will come out at the same time as Wychwood. Okay. So what do we do here? We can't fail. We light the squib without a lighter. Yeah. Well, okay. I've played this game so many times to the point where like it's that moment when you think you're so good that you don't need to pay attention. All right. It's fine. It's fine. Because what I want to do is something that I don't think I did in my playthrough, and that's explore all of this. So there's like a huge field area. And I think if we get to cleaning things up, oops, sorry for all the clicking. Yeah, so we have this huge field area over to the right. And I want to map that out and make that correct. So we need to do this relatively quickly. So we're going door. In fact, I'm gonna restart and let's get a full playthrough of this correct. So let's refresh. So we have Wychwood. All right, so we go east, we go north, we go north, we go west. We open door, we go door. Can we go cabin? We can go cabin. We examine the drawer, we get clip, we bend clip. We leave, we go east, we go north, we go west. We push the slab down, open door, go tunnel, north, down, lift the trap door, go down, pull the cord, examine the table, get the newspaper. Examine the bed, get the lighter. Up, south, go door, up, lighter, wire, newspaper. outside the front door. We slide the newspaper. We use the wire. We pull the newspaper. We get the brass key. We unlock the door. We go door. We go north. Nope. We go east. We pull candelabra. We go opening. We get flag. We leave. This is all, there is all a ton of like interesting stuff in these rooms. I'm just trying to speedrun it, basically. We get the chair. Before we get the chair, we go upstairs, we go north, we get the chair, we go south, we drop the chair, we stand on the chair, we do something never done before, never done again, we look up, we open the panel, we go panel, we get the bucket. We go down. We go down. We go west. Nope. We go up. We go west. We examine the bed. We got the card. Door slam shut. That's fine. We go back south until we go east where we went west before. Use the card. We go door. We examine the crate. We get the squib. We don't do what we did before. We fill the bucket. We go north. All right. So we have the bucket of water. We have the squib. We have the lighter. We light the squib. We throw the squib. We empty the bucket. Yes. Open the door. Go door. Open the door. Light. Squib. Throw. Squib. Empty. Bucket. Go shed. Get ladder. Leave. Drop ladder. Climb ladder. I'm standing on the top of the garden wall overlooking a field. The garden is down below me. Jump. I'm in a small field with a gate to the north. Okay, so I think that's where we start. Small field, gate to the north. Perfect. Let's bring that boy back down. So, what do we do here? So, I don't want to do that in my actual game. This is where testing comes in great handy. So, all right, we did all this stuff. We examined the pile. We light the squib. We threw the squib. We emptied the bucket. I don't think we got the rod. Did we get the rod? We didn't. That's fine. This is a mapping mission. The amount of times that I've played through this game and I still make mistakes. That's why the testing feature of Inform is really wonderful. So, yes, jump. That's not what I wanted. So, yeah. Let's play to here. If we look at our story, playing much faster. We have our time up the top. You can't see that, it's behind the thing, but I'm still thinking about this. The header is something that I find interesting. Like, what is effectively browser Chrome in the original game, and what is like part of the experience in a way that like I would want to recreate. Because I've said before that what I want to make is a museum piece. Like, the flaws of the original game, save for the only one that I think is unintentional. The flaws of the game I want to keep. Like, the fact that you can't search the drawers, but you can examine them. You can't open the drawers. The thing that drawers are, they're openable. I think those are things that I want to maintain, but I think what is browser Chrome effectively is the look of it itself. You know, in the same way that like there's, you know, an Inform game is supposed to look a certain way. Okay. So what happens if we just jump? I jump on the spot. So we need to fix this. And this is why I've enjoyed playing through things, because as I've gotten faster, I've found the small solutions. So, okay. Top of the garden wall. Instead of jump downing at the top of the garden wall, instead of just regular jumping. And then we can use this replay feature. Oh, weird. Oh, that was, yep, okay. And using the replay feature, it will play through the last playthrough, I guess. So what it'll do is it will take the play that we did. Which has some undos in it and things like that. That could be cleared out, but cool. We've jumped down small field with the gate to the north. So we go north, it's oh. Like I said, climbing is the solution to all things. Climb gate. North seems to be locked. Climb gate. I'm on a wooden platform spanning a ditch between two fields. Is this where we jump down? Nothing happens. Oh, we just go north. So like a good example right there of maybe not the best design, that even though it's there, I want to keep it. Now we have exits east, west, and south. So let's get to that point in our code. And again, using books, using the actual like organization built into Inform, super valuable in doing this. Like we can say, all right, away from the mansion, we are in the large field. All right. And then we can go to our index and look at this in our map. So we did not go west. So that is the direction that we need to go. In the middle of this field is a tree. Well, let's see what the tree is. Nothing special. So let's go here to build this out a little bit better. So I think before we get to the church, we should have plenty of room. Oh, and it renumbers? I did not know that. Super useful. Part 7. The West Field. What do we call this? East Field? Yeah. The West Field. I wonder if it's the same thing. No, it's slightly different. So we just replace east with west. East with west is west of the large field. Because the large field is where we start. In the middle of this field is a tree. Printed name is East Field. Should be West Field. Great. Tree. The lonely tree is scenery in the West Field. Printed name is tree. So, yeah, it's west of the large field. We can go north, apparently. North of. So let's go south. Molehills? Molehills? Molehills is a room. Molehills abound within this field. Another field is north. My dude, I see nothing special. My dude. My dude. So we're going to create the molehills and create scenery without a description so that you can examine it. Because if you examine something that doesn't exist... Oh, it just says I see nothing special anyway. Well, still. Because if you examine something that's not there in this, it gives you a different result. Yeah, it says I can't see any such thing. And I'm sure I can change that, but I wonder... I think it's in the spirit of what they were trying to create to have multiple things. So, anyway. So we've just created something in the molehills. Understand molehills, understand mole. Printed name is molehills. Great. So nothing else in here. We can go north. We can go east. Great. So let's hit replay and make sure that everything works. Nope. That's why. And I mean, you know, this game does take a little bit for sure. Okay. If we go west, we're in the west field. If we X the tree, there's nothing special about the tree. We can go south. If we X the mole, if we X the molehill, we X. Oh no. Singular. Singular. Okay. X molehills. Okay, I see nothing special about the molehills. Perfect. So great. So we go north, we go east. We can see a plaque here. Exits are east, west, and south. So it seems like we connected everything correctly. We look at our map here. We have the molehills. We have the west thing. Great. So on the tree is a plaque. I believe that's the bridle path, east, west, and south. Let's just make sure. No, large field. Right. So we go east. We go north. We have a scarecrow. Cool. Just making sure we can't do anything goofy. Cool. So that's the bridle path. What happens if we go west from the bridle path? We have north of stream and stream. So west, north of stream, and stream. There's a man. Now we can't figure this one out because we don't have the rod. That means that we can set up the failure state. And as JRAM would tell you, I am kind of obsessed with failure, but not for the same reasons. Because what I think failure, and this goes to like the concept of not being able to 100% a game, not necessarily being like anti-soft lock, so long as it's interesting. I think how you handle your players failing at the task is one of the most critical decisions you can make. Can the player fail? Is there a way to say, well, that's broken and you don't get those points? I think that's all like really important thoughts. And like, I don't know. I think it's the right like thing to be constantly thinking about. So I'm okay. Let's examine the man. He looks cold and miserable. Well, all right. Oops. Sorry about that, y'all. So that is in the stream. Stream is a room. The stream is south of the north of stream. I am standing beside a clear stream. A man sits alone fishing. Beside him is an empty basket. The man is a male person in the stream. The description is he looks cold and miserable. Let's examine the basket. It's empty. The basket is scenery in the stream. The description is it's empty. Okay. Talk man. Say hello. All right, what are we supposed to do with this man? Oh, we give the flask to the fisherman. Okay, so we can't do anything with this guy yet. We have to get the flask, which I believe we solved before. Because we examined the tractor, you get the flask. Give flask. The man smiles gratefully. Examine man. So we give the flask. What do we do now? What happens if we look? What happens if we examine the man? What happens? Get the hook he offers you in return. Exam basket? Exam man? Huh. So that's an even stronger soft lock to begin with. I should have picked up that rod. Really wish there were save states with this. I'm sure I could get a different non-web based version of this, emulated, all that kind of stuff. Well, this is a big part of playing games. If you want to understand them, is to play them over and over and over again. So we open the door. Can we search the drawer? Oh, we can. Interesting. All right. So why don't we go back to the door? All right. Enter door. Play 2 here. Fine. The Fisherman is a male person in the stream. Okay. So we enter the door. We're inside the west cabin. We can search the drawer. I open the drawer, revealing a paperclip and a note. So did we write that, or is that built into Inform? Because I think we did not write that. So inside the west cabin. Yeah, okay. So instead of searching the drawer, if the drawer is closed, try opening the drawer. Otherwise... Okay. And then... I see. And then I think all we need to do is do the same thing. If the drawer is closed, yes. If the drawer is closed, say the thing. And then now the drawer is open. No, why are we still giving I open the drawer? Oh, because I said examining and not opening. Yes. Okay. Great. Get clip. Bend clip. Okay. So we solved that. We need to do that for all of them. This is where I think other kinds of stuff with the index can be useful. So what we can do is we can look up every something. How the source text is organized. We should be able to look up everything. Maybe it's in the map. Well, this isn't quite what I was looking for, but I think it's useful for what we're doing. We're looking for drawers. Friggin' drawers. Because we need to... add that search, or add the open. Maybe there's not that many drawers. There's a spooky table. There's a cupboard. There's a shelf. So we should do that for the cupboards as well. Nope. Cool. Cupboard's not important. Cool. Do we not have another drawer? We have beds. All right, no more drawers. Excellent. Cool. Okay. So that's how, like, the organization tools in the Inform IDE are, like, just wild. Okay. So we can go back to testing. And you can see that like, spin off gave us a break. So that gives us, like, different modes to test. I think it's pretty cool. So, okay. Cool. The amount of times I've done this. Push slab. Yeah, it's definitely concerning me, though. I just want to make sure that we have search as a verb. I believe we do, but I don't want to be caught without that. So we can click on these little arrows and it'll go right to where it is. Yep. Okay. Instead of searching. Cool. Great. Use wire. Pull news. Get brass. Unlock door. Open door. Oh, it is already open. Go door. Up, north, get chair. South. Drop chair. Drop chair. Stand chair. Look up. Open panel. Go panel. Get bucket. Down. No. Up. Get exam bed. Get card. Down. South. Oh my gosh, we go south forever. Fill bucket. Use card. Search crate. Exam crate. Oh, we haven't gone in yet. Open door. Go in. Go door. There we go. Search crate. Get squib. Pull candelabra. Go opening. Get flag. Get rod. Do we have everything? We have the rod and line. We have the squib. We have the lighter. We have the bucket of water. Light squib. Throw squib. Empty bucket. Go shed. Get ladder. Drop ladder. Climb. So can you just like climb anything there? Yeah. So drop ladder. Play to here. And this has been sort of the development loop that I've been running into with a lot of the informed stuff that I've been doing, where you're constantly kind of going through things. And I think if we came in with a full map and a full thing of all the items, that would have been faster. But it's interesting because, like, even if you have that, you're still going back and replaying the first like act of it. And I'm wondering if this also is like points to why this act is so much more sparse than the rest of the game. You know, I'm definitely finding that even if you have like a bunch of notes and you have like everything mapped out and you know what needs to happen, you're still going back through that first like 100 moves every single time and finding like little things. Oh, should I be changing this? Should this be the thing that works? I don't know. I find it interesting in that way. So can we just climb? What do you want to climb? So definitely, whoops, definitely something that like I want a flag to come back to, but I want to keep moving forward with what we're doing. I'm just writing down climb assumed noun, and hopefully I will remember what that means. Okay. So yeah, climb ladder. Guard. All right. Climb gate. North. So we go east, we go north, we go north, we go west. No. East to outside the church, north of the church, field to the west, search tractor, get flask, east, south, east. Okay. So that's what we need to do. In the actual game, you jump, you go north, nope, you climb the gate, we go north, we go east, we go north, we go north, we go east, we go north, we go west. We search tractor, get yon flask. Give flask. Let me just make sure. Got the rod and line. Give flask. Man smiles gratefully. Okay. So, cool. So we have the stream. So instead of giving the fisherman so just quick understand. Instead of giving the fisherman the flask of tea, say something, now the tea is nowhere. You know what? No. Well, the way that it's written, now the tea is nowhere. So one of the things that I found that was super, super interesting was a beginner's guide to the Quill. I am going to make this larger. So in this beginner's guide, it talks about like really common ways to like build stuff. And I thought that was super, super interesting. So it has this example adventure, and it gives you what the output should be, but it also talks about this like movement table and how you have to like define your vocabulary and all of this. So I think this was really intriguing from a like design point of view. Like, why is this game the way that it is? You know, and we have like event tables and all of this stuff. You know, so you're like creating this code and then it's explaining what the code does line by line. So it's really fascinating to me that like you had to code all of this out. You have all these messages that are mapped to certain actions. So like here, like help, condition, no conditions. When it happens, give message 70. What's message 70? It's probably the last message. Not even on the list. So that's kind of interesting. Maybe that's like a system message. Well, like, yeah, all right. This one right here. Message 38. So message 38 is don't be stupid. So like it shows you what it really took to like create these games. The other thing that I find interesting is that like you have I wish I could find the exact number, but it was shocking to me how little space you had. I want to say it was like 35 kilobytes. Which is just wild. First off, how small the Quill is, but like also how much you actually had to write, like, but also how small that is. But 35 kilobytes, just to give an idea, this is 6,771 words in the source text right now. But if we look at what's in the extensions, for example, or look at the index, maybe. Ooh. Content? At any rate, if we look at what's like really in this game, it is extremely fascinating. That's what I was looking for. The Gazetteer, where it just lists everything by name. Cool. Yeah, my point was that I don't remember what my point was. I got distracted by cool things. Okay. But yeah, my point was that, like, I think this is smaller in source text, but definitely larger file size for sure. Let's shrink this back down. But yeah, that's an interesting find, and like, again, part of why I want to be doing this, because like the interest for me is that like more people would have the opportunity to play this game. And it's fascinating to see like the design choices that had to be made even for a high quality game. I mean, this is an early game, but it's high quality. Okay, there was a lot of text there, and we're going to use our playthrough to not cheat, but something close to cheat. I know, that's the 9 dancers. That's why I was like, shovel? There's no shovel. Don't tell me there's a shovel. I do love finding all the times that I had to restart in this game. But yeah, I think scrubbing for the text instead of trying to find it was a better way to go about it. Plus, we get to know where the oh my gosh, I'm restarting again. Definitely doesn't take that long to play. It's like a 5-minute game if you know what you're doing. That's a big if. So we do have what's inside the church. So I think we'll be using my playthrough for that. Well, we don't actually have to. So I think, there we go. We got it. We got it. All right. So instead of giving the fisherman the flask of tea, you always say, the man smiles gratefully. Now the tea is nowhere. If the player has the rod and reel, what is that called? We can go to our Gazette here. Rod and line. Here. Try this strong hook if you're after a large fish. What a weird statement. And then what happens? And then it just looks. So try looking. Oh, right. But we have another item. It's the hook. The hook is an item. The hook is nowhere. Great. Now the hook is in the stream. So we should be able to hit replay. The hook is a thing, not an item. Instead of giving the flask of tea to the fisherman, maybe that's the wording of it. And, you know, error-driven development. Who needs a linter? And then again, I think we should go back to testing. Well, we'll see what we did. Okay, north of the stream. South. Give flask to fisherman. Oh, that's why. So we're going to refresh one more time. I looked before I put the hook in the stream. Yep, perfect. Oh. Now the fisherman is nowhere. Okay. And one of the things I really want to fix is the, like, listed inventory. There's definitely a way to do it, and I will figure it out. But for right now, I just want to figure out how to finish this game. All right, so we get the hook. Okay. What do we do next? Tie the hook to the rod and line. Okay. So I assume we just need to tie the hook. Okay. Instead of tying... I don't know if that's the verb. This is the other big thing that I have had up, which is a full list of verbs. There is one in the documentation. For some reason, I just find this easier. It's all in order, and I can sit here and go tie something to tie something that is tying it to. That's the wrong game. Instead of tying the hook, say, okay, and what does that do? Now the hook is nowhere. Now the printed name of the rod and line is rod, line, and hook. This game does not use the Oxford comma, apparently. Good to know. Okay. Okay, so we have to tie the hook to the rod and line. And then we have to make one of those, like, gosh, we've done this before. If, like, it's like understanding, but it's not understanding. Let's go to the index. Let's go to the gazetteer. And let's just look at all the things and try to remember which of these things we had to... didn't have to, but it just made things easier if we assumed. It is just assume. No matches were found. Well, what if we search the documentation for assume? Maybe it's in here. Do. Is assumed is, well, maybe if we look at the rule book. No. If we look at the rule book in the index, maybe that'll help. There's so many tools in here that this is kind of like a lot to me. You know, they literally have this laid out like a periodic table, even though it's just different ways to look at these kinds of things. Like, look at these kinds of the organization of your game, and that sort of organizational stuff. So I totally understand why they have to have it in every single way. But no, it is not the rules of the scenes. Standard rules. Light and darkness, the top level. So that's the standard rules. What about extras? Pausing the game. Oh, interesting. So, okay. It's not that. Okay. So we also have this full list of different verbs: to won't, to would, to where. No, none of this is quite what I'm looking for. So let's just go all the way up and just scan through. Because I'm trying to remember what the thing is. Like, maybe it's climbing the ladder? Yes. It is very likely. Yes. Yes. Does the player mean? Okay. So we can go back to the stream. Does the player mean tying the hook to the rod and line? It is very likely. So let's see if that does what I want it to. Would if I remembered my semicolons. So I'm pretty sure we've mapped everything? Question mark? Okay, tie hook to the rod and line. Perfect. Great. And now the hook is nowhere, so we can't tie it to anything. And now if we look, it's a rod, a line, and a hook. Great. Great, we have done this. So I think the next thing that we need to do is we need to go to the church and listen to the vicar's advice. So let's go to the church. Go church. Okay. So this is so outside the church. So this is a couple of things. So this is a lot like the shed. And this is one of the things that I've enjoyed about learning Inform has been building that vocabulary that I find in web design, which is my main like bread and butter, quite literally. It's getting that ease of syntax to be like, I have done this before. It's such a valuable situation because you can sit there and you can be like, oh, okay, I've done this before. Yes, instead of entering the shed. So this is exactly how to do this. We're just going to copy and paste. So a church is a thing in the outside the church. I don't think the church can be fireful or unfireful, but the church is scenery. Instead of entering the church, now the player is inside the church, which I am sure is the next part. Yes, the church. Now the player is inside the church. The printed name is the church. The outside the church is not east of anything. The printed name is inside the church. Now the player is inside the church. So we have a real description. Inside the church, several villagers are attending matins. The vicar is giving the sermon. Printed name is the church. Can we examine the vicar? I see nothing special. The vicar is scenery inside the church. Perfect. Because we can see nothing special. So I believe examine villagers. Great. Let's put the villagers in there too. Okay. So we have that. I think the only thing we can do here is listen. Instead of listening, when the player is inside the church. Oh, wait. Instead of listening, if the player is inside the church, say something silly. Do not be as swift in anger as the raging bull. Okay. So what if we listen again? I hear nothing special. So, what happens if we just listen in general? I hear nothing unexpected. You know, that's close enough for me. Instead of listening for the first time when the player is inside the church. You know, one day I'll remember that. Instead of listening for the first time when the player is inside the church. So that works. Boy, this is a long game. Especially when you have a bunch of undos in the middle. Alright. I hear nothing unexpected. North. East. East. Go church. Listen. Listen. Okay. So, first things first. Little typo. But now we have to do it only the first time. And I know it's something like for the first time. So instead of listening for the first time when the player is inside the church. It doesn't like that. So let's go back. If the player is inside the church? Instead of listening for the first time. You do if the player is inside the church and then just give the general answer afterwards. I think that's fine. Yeah, because when we listened for the first time, we did that. So instead of listening for the first time, if the player while the player is inside the church. Instead of listening for the first time, do that. Does that work? No. While the player is in. No, already have that. What is the while the player? Does it just not need that? No. Okay, well that compiles. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so okay. It's saying here, instead of listening for the first time while the player is inside the church. Yeah, okay. We'll do it this way. So instead of listening while the player is inside the church, if the vicar is listened, say the thing. Otherwise, say, I hear nothing special. Yes. Otherwise, say, I hear nothing special. The vicar can be listened or unlistened. The vicar is unlistened. If the vicar is unlistened, say the thing. Now the vicar is listened. All right, let's see if that works. But it doesn't have a corresponding if. Oh, okay. What does that do then? I thought that otherwise was for the while. Or does it not instead? Oh no, inform. Inform, what are you doing? Don't not respond. I don't know when the last time I saved was. Inform? You can keep things chill. It's fine. It's fine. We're all fine. Close the settings window. Close the any window. Inform. I worry about what we've lost. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna respond. All right, well, these things happen. This is why one should save early and often. Hey, we're back. That's the wrong inform game. Let's see what we lost. What did we lose? Oh, that's the wrong inform window. Let's go with the right one. There we are. Okay. So what did we lose? We lost nothing. Inform, you beautiful, beautiful thing. Oh, right, because we didn't actually play anything. So let's play it here. We don't need to watch it all happen. We can watch it happen just following the path. I really like this view. I'm not going to lie. All right, now we should go to the story. All right, we go church. We've already listened. Doesn't do anything. Okay. But then we should listen. And that's where it breaks. Oh, it really doesn't like that, huh? I think there's very serious code issue if I'm breaking inform. I'm interested, for sure. But, and again, this is not the correct thing. Okay, so something is very broken. Good news, we can always change it back. So we got the church. Sorry about that. Now we're good. So we have broken something here. So I wonder if we can break this down instead of using a while, which I think is creating a runtime error. I think we can... There we go. We can watch this view again. Look at the caterpillar move. All right, we've gone to church. All right. So yeah, so we can have multiple levels of if statements if the player is inside the church and the vicar is unlistened. Otherwise, say I hear nothing special. Which nice. That also rewrites our listening uh command. Now, we could put this up in our verbs. My thinking is keeping it by where the thing happens makes more sense. Maybe, maybe not. Okay. But that means that we've made some progress. So we've listened to it. Do not be as swift in anger as the raging bull. So we need to not be as swift in anger as the raging bull. So, okay. We're almost done with this game. I cannot believe it, which means that we have plenty of time to do some polishing and talk about this. Because one of the things that I really wanted to do was use this as an example of like having me get a better understanding of game design by viciously breaking down a game. So, okay. Do I have the flag? I do. Can I throw the flag in here? No. So again, we can do, instead of throwing the flag, I can't do that unless the player is in a room and something has happened. I'm pretty sure we can do two. Well, no, I know we can do two things. We did it. I'm a little concerned about thinking about three if statements in a row, but we can think about this. Okay. So the next thing that we need to do, according to the walkthrough, is go to the Bulls field, wave the flag, which we have done before. Okay. We need to leave. Okay. We need to set up exiting the church. Same way that we did it with the cabins. Inside the east cabin? Yes. Instead of exiting inside the church, now the player is in outside the church. All right. And then we can replay this whole thing. And I am conscious of time because part of me wants to run out of time in the actual game outside. Because I'm wondering, now that we're gone, can the cops get us? Now that we're outside of the mansion. Okay. So we're now outside the church. Great. So now we go west and north, and we wave the flag. The bull moves towards me. We go south. We throw the flag. The bull charges after the flag and disappears. Let me write that. Okay. So we have this. We want what's south of the bull. So we go west, we go west, we go north to the oak field. Nice. Mark down where in the playthrough I got to this point. Okay. Bull moves towards me. We go back south. It's north of the stream. So instead of throwing the flag, if the player is in north of stream and the black bull is whatever the heck the black bull is, chasing. And I'm going to get rid of that because I remember that throw and or wave flag. Throw flag. Right. Now the black bull is nowhere. Now the flag is nowhere. And what is that called? I can't remember. Well, that's good because we can just use the contents. It's the flag, so it was in the secret room. Now the Russian flag is nowhere. Otherwise, say, okay. Now the flag is in the room? Huh. Okay. I don't know how that works. Yeah. Okay. You wrote otherwise. The punctuation here makes me think this should be a definition of a phrase and doesn't begin as it should with either to, definition, at or at the time, or the name of rule book. Instead of dropping the flag, if the player is in north of stream, well, we'll just do this for right now. Oop. So that was part of it. Watching a computer play a game. Okay. Now. Oh, now the black bull is nowhere. Now the black bull is unchasing. I don't know. Calm. So that should solve it. It's a little faster watching the caterpillar, I think. It's a little frustrating to have to do that, but I totally understand. Like, no, because now the black bull is calm. Now the Russian flag is nowhere. So what if we did... Let's look at this. Let's look at this dang cow. Every turn when the bull is chasing, if the location of the black bull is not the player... Okay, now the black bull is close. But that was not the black bull, because I think that was considered an ending. Every turn when the black bull was close and the black bull is chasing. That should solve it. Because the black bull can't be chasing. Oh, we'll see. The bull charges after the flag and disappears. Perfect. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So what if we undo that? Okay. So this is part of the testing. So we can trim. Yes. Okay. So let's play to waving the flag, going south, and not throwing it. Let's die, see what happens. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. We have been quite dead for a while. Why have we been dead? Why have we... Wait. Why are we so dead? North of the stream. We've done all that. We've done the church. We listened. Black bull moved towards me. Yeah, wait a minute. Play 2 here. I think the skein might be a little confused. Might want to hit save. Okay, cool. No, we're good. We're good. Black bull moves towards me. We can go south. Bull gets me. Okay, undo. What if we throw the flag? Bull charges after the flag and disappears. Awesome. So we did this correct. Great. So now we're at north of the stream. Okay, cool. We're in the same spot. So we now have a tall oak tree. Now, what is the solution to every problem in these games? Climb the tree. So there is the oak tree, but there's nothing special about it. So that's fine. Is scenery in the oak field. Okay. So let's hit replay, and while that replays, we'll climb the tree. Little is to be achieved by that. How dare you? Instead of climbing the tree, now the player is in the tree. In the tree is a room. In the tree is an up. It does have a description. I am within the tree, about 10 feet above the ground. There is a fairly large hollow here. Well, now we have a hollow. The hollow is scenery in the tree. The printed name is up the tree. Why not? Okay. What else can we do here? There's really nothing else. Examine tree. tree itself is scenery in the tree. Understand tree as the tree itself. The printed name is tree. Okay. So yeah, what happens when we examine the hollow? The description is something. I see a metal box with a handle on the lid. If we look, we don't see it. Examine the box. Examine the hollow. Okay. So we have to get the box. So the box is a thing. The box is an openable thing. It is the only thing that we can open. Okay. But yeah, we've almost got the last little bit here. And then I think the whole game is playable. And the way that we're going to test that when we're finished is by going through the walkthrough in our version. And then we're going to take a break. Then we're going to start cleaning up some of the things that, I won't lie, have been bothering me since the beginning. And really starting to dive deep on some, like, maybe not more advanced, but things that I have not figured out how to do. At this point, and I'm like just looking at this walkthrough with the happiest look on my face, seeing that we are at the end. And this is exactly where I wanted to be. Just, well, I thought I could do this in one night. This is the 6th night. But we've learned a lot. We're having less and less issues. You know, thanks to everybody who's come through in the chat. We've had less and less and less issues. I do love it. So, neat. All right. So, awesome. There's a box. What kind of box? It's just a box. Metal box. I like that. And we're also going to do the in the tree is up from. So try going. The in the tree is up from the oak field. Theoretically, yeah, there's up, there's down. But I think we knew a lot here. Okay. Just trying to steel myself against this. metal box is an openable thing. After examining the hollow, now the metal box is in the tree. For the first time. Great. So yeah, so we don't see anything special. Can we get the box? Can't reach. Oh, okay. Examine the hollow. Use the rod, line, and hook to fish the metal box out. So you can see it. We can't do that. So instead of using the rod and line, so can we just go down for a second? Use rod. I can't do that. Climb tree. If the player is in the tree, say something. Otherwise, say, I can't do that. Okay. So what happens if we use the rod? Got it. Oh no. And then something else. So we have another. Oh, bless. We're almost there. Yeah. All right. If the player is in the tree, and the box key is nowhere, we'll just do that. Say something. Say anything. Say, got it. Oh no. A key falls from the lock back into the hollow. Otherwise, say, I can't do that. Oh, cool, cool, cool. And the metal box is nowhere. Now the metal box is in the tree. Otherwise, say, I can't do that. Cool. All right, we'll get the box. climb down. Let's climb tree. Can we just say climb? No. Can we say climb down? No. You just do down. Great. Okay. So we've gotten the box, climb down. Then we have to clear the leaves. Can we just clear? No. Clear leaves. Okay. I can also see a hollow. So we're back here. The leaves are scenery in the oak field. So is clear one of our verbs? I think so, actually. Push. So instead of pushing the leaves, say for the first time. So what do we find? Okay, so we get, and I can also see. And we will find the right way to do this, but for right now, so leaves can be cleared or dirty. The leaves are dirty. So we're definitely like, we are in the absolute home stretch. And I'm really excited about that because like, while this took significantly longer than I expected, I think it's wild that like, yeah, 30 hours of work and you can get a passable text adventure done. And I think if there was less work put into some of the aspects of this that we've had to like handle, I think that would be something wildly interesting. That's for sure. Okay. If the leaves are cleared, then yeah, I can also see a hollow. And then let's look for, yeah, the correct way of doing this. It is line break, line break. Okay, let's say, yeah, all right. A metal box is openable. Is a container. Containers mean it's always openable. Right? Right. And now we should be able to get pretty far. Do 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 do. All right. No. Examine the tree. See nothing special about the oak tree. Climb tree. Little is to be achieved by that. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No. Because instead of climbing the tree, try going up. Because if we go up, yeah. So climb something instead of climbing the tree. So let's turn on actions. This is one of the most powerful things in Inform is this actions, because it's like, what is it doing? Climb tree. Oh, you know what? It's because it's not climbing the oak tree. Okay. Do walking through everything. Okay. Yes. So we can go down. We can climb tree now. We are up the tree. Awesome. 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 Okay. So we're up the tree. There's a fairly large hollow here. Search hollow. Find nothing of interest. That's in line with the actual game. But if we examine the hollow, I see a metal box with a handle on the lid. No, a distant church clock strikes 10. We only have 10 minutes. Okay. Use rod. But we have to, instead of using the rod and line, if the player is in the tree and the metal box is nowhere, and the rod and line is hooked. Now I have to go back to where the rod and line originally was and let it be hooked or unhooked. Okay. Okay. So where do we get the rod? We get the rod inside the house in the first floor in the lounge. The rod can be hooked or unhooked. The rod is unhooked. And then where do we hook the rod? We hook the rod in the stream. Now the rod is hooked. Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's not the right verb anyway. Can be unhooked or unhooked. And then when we go to the stream, now the rod is hooked, so it should be unhooked. Now the hook is nowhere. Everything should be fine. No. Oh. Unhooked. Let's try that one more time. Okay. That's why, because it's not really a thing. Because I keep saying rod and not rod and line. So let's undo all of that. Now the rod is hooked. Let's go back to the rod. And it's the rod and line and the rod and line. Naming, the hardest thing. All right, now the rod is hooked, but now it should say now the rod and line is hooked. Now we replay the whole game. And we, as the designer, as the writer, and we, as the player, are just so close. Okay. So we're in the oak field. So we use the rod. Oh no, a key falls from the lock back down into the hollow. We go down, we clear the leaves. I can also see a hollow. Great. That should be, I think anyway, a line break before. I can also see a hollow. So if we look, I can also see a hollow. Great. Great, great, great. And so what do we do now? We examine the second hollow. So there are two hollows. There is the hollow. So we should call this the top hollow. Understand hollow as the top hollow. Cool. So then we have the bottom hollow is scenery in the oak field. If you understand hollow as the bottom hollow, what happens if we examine the hollow? Oh, okay. Instead of examining the bottom hollow for the first time, say this whole line, but also a small key. A hollow. Okay, we can get the key, get small key, unlock box, open box. Okay, the box. Okay. Well, there is a key that needs to be here. The small key is a thing. The small key is nowhere. Let's just examine small. I see nothing special. Now the small key is in the oak field. Instead of unlocking the box, if the player has the small key, say okay. Otherwise, say I can't do that. Okay. Do we examine the box? I see. So what happens if we examine the box? Um, examining the box. If the box is unlocked, and we keep saying the box, but we really mean the metal box. The box is unlocked. Say I can also see a hollow, but more importantly, a wad of notes. Otherwise, say, what is it when examine hollow? Well, we'll get there. Exam tree. I see nothing special about the box. Great. Now, the notes. The wad of notes is in the oak field. The wad of notes is a thing. The wad of notes is nowhere. The description is understand notes as the wad of notes. Great. What happens now? Examine notes. And we have completed the game. We have one last thing to do, which is all the way at the top. We have endings. Instead of examining the wad of notes, say they're old pound notes, no longer legal tender. Any reward for recovering them would be offset by my theft of the car. My only consolation is that I have completed this adventure. End the story by saying end of game. Yep. Error-driven development here. Instead of unlocking the middle box, is unlock. I feel like I haven't done very much unlocking. So it says unlock something, something preferably held. God, what was that? What was that? Yeah, does the player mean tying the hook to the rod and line? Does the player mean unlocking the metal box with the small key? Yes. Okay. Error-driven development. We can do it. So most of this has just been semicolons and stuff like that. And we're so close to the end, too. Okay. So get key. Unlock box. Unlock metal box. Can't see any such thing. Do not have the metal box. So let's undo back to up the tree. Let's keep undoing for a while until we're back in the tree. Undo capacity exhausted. Okay. Get box. Unlock box. Unlock box with small key. Don't have the small key, which is down. Examine the hollow. Get small key. Okay. We need to go to some testing. Okay. Let's do it from throwing the flag. That should give us plenty of time. Because the chimes are still going when we're outside. Okay. Let's start before that first undo. So we're going down the caterpillar line. Okay. So let's plate it there. That south with the undo that was dying. Which is fair. Intentionally dying. Intentionally. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we throw the flag. The bull charges after the flag and disappears. So how do we do this quickly? Okay, so we have the rod, line, and hook. So we need to climb the tree. Climb tree. Examine the hollow. Get box. Okay. We keep saying box here. So I think we just need to say understand the metal box that is in the tree. Oh, right. Okay. So we have to use the rod. Get box. Down. Clear leaves. Exam hollow. Get key. Unlock box. Examine box. Examine notes. We are fully successful. We have done this game. I am going to take a break. After that break, we're going to go through the whole game from the start. Let's make sure that we can follow. The main goal was following this walkthrough. Can we follow the walkthrough and get through the whole game? And then let's start picking it apart a little bit. Let's find the things that really bother me. And we will go from there. Awesome. Well, this was eminently successful. We'll be right back. Enjoy the tunes. All right. So we've accomplished a lot. What have we accomplished? We've actually beaten the entire game. So what I want to do is I want to go through the game from the start, following the walkthrough, and just write down issues that we find. So take a deep breath. First issue. This image isn't doing what I want it to. I just want it to be a title image. So there's probably a better way to handle that. But that's fine. Press space. Great. Press space. Press space. All right. So let's follow the instructions. We go east. We go east. We go north to the northern pond. We examine the pond. It says to get the piping. which I don't like personally, but that's fine. All right, we go west, we go west, we go north, we go north, we go west. We open the door, we enter the cabin. Great work. We examine the drawer. We get the clip. We leave. We go east. We go north. We go west. We push the slab to be able to journey underground. We go down. Open the door. We go tunnel. We go north. We go down. We lift the trap door. We go down. We feel. Pull the cord. We examine the bed. We get the lighter. We examine the table. We get the newspaper. Cool. Retrace your movements. Up, up, and south. Go door to get back into the tunnel. Up, east, north, and north. Examine the keyhole. Slide the newspaper. Bend the clip. Use the wire. Pull the newspaper. Get the brass key. So that's an error. We should be able to use 4 letters to get items. Same thing for the small key, I would bet. Okay, so we get the brass key. To avoid locking yourself out later. Open the door. Now the door is open. Go door. Climb stairs. Okay. So that's an issue. We should be able to climb the stairs to get... How do I word this? Climb the stairs to go up in the front hallway. Cool. So, up. North into the bathroom. Get chair. Drop chair. Stand chair. Open panel. Go panel. Get bucket. Adding that to the list of 4-letter words. All right, we got the bucket. We can go down. We can go down. Interesting. I don't know why that happened. Go panel the loft. Down loft. Interesting. Okay, whatever. Top of the stairs. Exits west. Examine the bed. Get credit. Okay. Return. East, down, south, 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 and east. Use the card. Enter cabin. Okay, so we need to enter the cabin. Enter the east cabin. So we'll probably run through this a few times just to clean this up. Examine the crate. Get squib. Leave. West, south, south, east, east. Fill bucket. West, west, north, 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 north. Back to the manor. Open door. Unlock door. Go door. Go east. Examine candelabrum. Pull candelabrum. Go opening. Get flag. Leave. Go west and west. Get the rod. Go north and east. Open the door. Late squib. Throw squib. Empty bucket. Go shed. Get ladder. Leave. Drop ladder. Climb wall. Jump down. Climb gate. North, east, north, north, and north. Through fields past the scarecrow. Northeast, north, north. I think the solution archive is wrong. Oh, wait. North, north, and north. Get Flask. Go east. Go south. Go church. Listen. Leave. Go west. Go west. Go south. Give Flask. Get hook. Okay. North and north. Wave flag. Throw flag. Get flag. Throw flag. So if we throw the flag not in that room, we don't get anything. It should just drop it. Okay. The bull will chase after it. Great. Bull charges into the field. We go north. We climb the tree. We examine the hollow. We use the rod. So we need to get the right answer for getting the box. Can't reach. Interesting. Okay, get box. So that's fine. We can use the rod. I'm sorry. Oh, right. We need to tie the hook. Then use the rod. Then get the box. Climb down. Clear the leaves. Examine the second hollow. Get the small key. Open the box. Seems to be locked. Examine the box. Examine the notes. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. What I also want to do is I want to go to contents. I just want to see if there's anything in here that's commented out. So we have this, the rule for items list. I really want that to work. Is there anything else commented out? Comments all show in green. So it should be pretty easy to see. Can't actually open drawer, can only examine drawer. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. And why not date it? Just so that if I ever come back to this. So game is soft locked. That's how it's as originally designed. All right. What else do we have commented out? Not much. Does the player mean climbing the wall? It is very likely. Why is that commented out? We'll leave that in. We'll put that back. See what happens. And there's nothing else. So, all right, let's hit replay and see what breaks. Nothing. Awesome. So let's go to testing. So that's a full run. And just to be clear, an almost perfect run ends at 9:41. The actual game itself ends at like 10:10. So you just have 20 extra turns? That actually feels about right, given the playthroughs that I had. I mean, I'm looking at my playthroughs. And yeah, that feels about right. Okay. I like that. So in testing, though, it's the first climb. So while that's happening, I'm going to go back to the first climb. Yes, okay. But I'm going to say climbing the ladder is what someone would want to do. So let's replay that. Nope. It's climbing the step ladder. Cool. Cool. Okay, so let's go through this list. There's an easy one. Which is in the front hallway. Instead of climbing the stairs in the front hallway, try going up. Stairs are scenery in the front hallway. So that was earlier. That was way earlier. So that was to this go door. Go door, my son. Great. And then we do the index. And we do... what's the right thing? The gazetteer. Understand buck as the bucket. We have the brass key. Understand brass as the brass key. There's also the small key. Understand small as the small key. All right, enter the east cabin. So the east and west cabin are not treated the same. So then inside the east cabin, so it's outside the east cabin. And this gazetteer has everything that we might want. Yep. So here we can go back to our testing. And it was going, yeah, entering the cabin. So we'll play through it and then we'll try to enter cabin. Yep. Done. So now we've got some stuff. Now, when we threw the flag not in the right spot, we had a bit of... So instead of dropping the flag in the north of stream, and I think we can drop that, and we can say, if the black bull is chasing. So do we have... We don't. Okay. We can trim that. Okay, let's not worry about it. We need to test throwing the flag in the wrong spot. So let's play it here. So if we throw the flag here, we should expect it to be dropped. Okay. So let's see if that broke this. Doesn't seem to have. Great. So we've gone through, gotten the bucket, we've gotten out. So we should play to here, and this should solve it. Oh no. I can't go that way. All kinds of I can't go that ways. Did I not get the squib? Oh, because I entered the door. Got you. And that's why everything was off. Okay. I wonder if I can... edit the command? Ooh, I can. Why don't I just look? And replay. All right. Great. Perfect. So, now there is something that we missed. So that's if we try to get the box, but we can't reach it. This is kind of a great example of the kinds of playtesting that's necessary. Like, would it be enough to just have these like couple of things going on? No, because things can be out of order. Like, you can try. I'm not sure how I would find this in my playthrough. Because I don't think I did it that way. Okay, so I tried going hollow. Okay, cool. So, yes, I unfortunately want to try again. So the biggest thing from the walkthrough, like, that whole piping area is useless. Like, if we look at this for, like, practicality. Oh, that's another thing I want to do. I want to set up my regions. Okay. Okay. Like so a couple things that I wrote down there. So one of the things that I want to do is I want to fix all these regions. I think these regions are really useful just from like a visualization standpoint, and it'll make it nice and tidy. Okay. But unfortunately, we have to play through the entire game to to see what happens when we try to get the box. And we saw it. We just didn't write it down. So this wonderful thing. East, north. I don't need the piping. Open door. Go cabin. Examine the drawer. Get the clip. Bend the clip. Push the slab. Down. 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 No. Open door. Go tunnel. Lift trap. Examine the table. Get the newspaper. Up. South. Go tunnel. Go door. Up. Slide newspaper. Use wire. Pull the newspaper. Get brass key. Unlock door. Go door. Drop the chair. Stand on chair. Stand. Chair. Look up. Did he even say to do that? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, look up and you will see the panel. Open panel. Go panel. Get bucket. Examine the bed. Get card. Still have my brass key. Use card. Go cabin. Examine the crate. Get squib. I have the wire. No, I have the letter, the squib. I don't have the filled bucket. Leave. South. Fill bouquet. Do I have everything? Filled bucket, rod and line, squib, lighter. Huh. So that's an ending that I didn't know about, but seems fair. If the player if the squib is lit for 2 turns, so light the squib, wait, boom. That's pretty funny. That'll be fun to test. Yes, I do want to try again. I can't believe I did that. But it was for a good playtesting kind of thing. I found another ending that I needed to figure out. So that's great. Oh. Also good to know that errors count against you because Z wasn't anything. So I know that we're just speed running the same thing that we have speed run so many times, but we're so close. And the only two things that we haven't done once we get this silly ending finished, the only two things on the list so far, three things: regions, Oxford comma, and fixing the item list. I do not know how to do the item list. The regions is going to be very boring to watch. We've done regions early on. You basically just define a region and then put rooms in a region. Makes things super colorful. And the title image is too big. And I do not know what that looks like. So the two biggest things on this list are things I have no idea and will require some research. I will be posting the Inform code on GitHub as proof of concept that yes, I can code this, and that way y'all can see it too. And I'll make sure to link it in the YouTube description. We have a YouTube. You should check it out for more organized versions. There's some like episode notes, if you want to call it that. Like places to play the game, interesting things that we found. But if we solve this one ending and we solve getting the box when we can't reach it, we've been successful. And everything else is just extra layers. So let's do that. Let's get this game fully finished. And then we can feel really proud, consider this project done, and call it a night. So let's do that. Okay. Let's get the newspaper. Examine the bed. Get the lighter. All right, we're done in here. Use the wire. Pull the news. Get the brass key. Unlock the door. Go door. East. Pull the candelabra. Go opening. Get flag. Well, wait. Okay, so we can't go panel. Just says I can't go in that direction. So we got a couple little things to think about. Use the card. Go cabin. Examine the crate. Get squib. Lighter, rod and line, flag, squib, bucket of water. Wait, squib. Throw squib. Empty bucket. Go shed. Get ladder. Leave. Drop ladder. Climb. Jump. Climb. Climb gate. North. Okay. Wave flag. South. Throw flag. North. Climb tree. This is what we were trying for. Okay. Exam hollow. Get box. Can't reach. All that to go can't reach. Great. All right, where's my dude inform? All right. So this would be in the oak field. And I actually wanted to see this maybe a little bit better. Okay, so we have the box. Right, the metal box. Oh, right. It's not in the oak field. It's in the tree. Understand box as the metal box. The metal box can be reachable or unreachable. metal box is unreachable. Now the metal box is reachable. It's in the tree. Instead of taking the metal box, if the metal box is reachable, say okay. Now the player has the metal box. Otherwise, say can't reach. So let's replay to this point. So we've just gotten rid of the bowl. Doodaloo. Okay. So now we go north. Climb the tree. We examine the hollow. Get box. Because the metal box is a thing. It's a container. It's lockable and locked. It's unreachable. Huh. Okay. So this is a little bit more complicated than I was initially thinking, because metal box doesn't exist yet. Well, it exists, but it's just nowhere. If the metal box is nowhere, let's do that. Still can't see any such thing. So the metal box is scenery. Now the metal box is reachable. Now the metal box is a thing? Can we just like change what things are? I see. Okay. So what if we understood box as the tree metal box? Printed name is metal box. The tree metal box is scenery. In the tree. Understand box as the tree metal box. The printed name is metal box. Instead of taking the tree metal box, if the metal box is unreachable, say can't reach, otherwise say okay. Now the player has the metal box. Now the tree metal box is nowhere. Didn't solve the actual problem. Can't reach. Okay, so then we use the rod. So why? All right, where is the rod? We would rather use the gazetteer. Understand rod as the rod and line. Right. Rod and line. In the tree. I know capitalization doesn't matter, but maybe today it will. if the metal box is nowhere and the rod and line is hooked. Oh, that's why. Because the rod and line has not been hooked. Tie hook. Use rod. Okay. So can we examine the tree metal box? Okay, that's a little hacky, but it works. So one of the questions that came up that should be relatively easy is being in the panel area. And looking up, because that should happen, the looking up should happen anywhere in that room. Right. Okay. Top of the stairs. Now the ceiling panel is found. To start that off, and then we can do this is getting complicated. We should simplify this. To say top of stairs, description, details. If the player is up the chair, say like I'm on a chair. If the ceiling panel is found, say panel on the ceiling first. If the player is up the chair or the ceiling panel is found. Oh, and I forgot to add the top of stairs details. So nothing will show, but nothing broke either, which is great. And really, anything can go here. I picked up this syntax from one of the Inform 7 books I was reading. So I don't know why I made the chair scenery here. I don't think I wanted to do that. So how ugly can we make this line? Let's find out. Oh, and that's why. Cool. Nicely done. Okay. So that's part of it. So we're on the chair. Can we... Can't reach. Oh, interesting. Oh, I did that already. I don't know why. So it says can't reach here. I can't go in that direction. Okay. Instead of opening the ceiling panel, if the player is down the chair, say, I can't go in that direction. Instead of entering the ceiling panel. If the player is down the chair, otherwise, now the player is in the loft. Yes. Semicolons. Yeah, these things happen. And that's something that I haven't noticed too much. But yeah, I guess there was a space there. Why does this not like me? This is the same thing as the cabin doors. Right. Okay. It's downstairs. That's upstairs. Does that work? Is that really the entire problem? Yes. Ridiculous. Okay. So we have one last thing to do. And then we can call it a very successful night and call this project done. I want to do one thing and then we'll call the project done. Cool. All right. So the last thing that we need to do is we need to set up this very silly ending. Bad ending. But an ending nonetheless. In the garden. So it's a lot like the bull ending. So it's 2 turns. So every turn when the squib was fireful and the player has the squib. Say boom. End the story saying end of game. Does that break it? No, it does not. So now what we can do all right, we got the squib. We can play to lighting the squib. Then we can wait. Time passes, boom. So the squib is lit. We can throw the squib. Light squib. Wait, no. It's got to be 2 turns. So does that do what we need to? And the player had the squib to begin with. Okay. Yeah, on the next turn, on the next... Changing the meanings of pronouns? No. So we do have... Oh, please do not use any of the undocumented invocation syntaxes. They change frequently without notice or even mention in the changelog. So this is some Inform 6 shit. That's not how I'm going to do this. Every turn when the squib was fireful and the player had the squib. Why are scenes designed this way? So, oh. Right. Okay. So what that's saying is that we did not say that the squib can be anything, can be dangerous. Dangerous or undangerous. The squib is undangerous. Because it should be 2 turns. So if on the first turn we turn it dangerous, then we can use the second turn to get the boom. Okay. Oh no! Okay, but we're getting somewhere. So every turn when the squib was fireful and the player had the squib. So what if the player has the squib? So we should get a boom, and then we solve the problem. Yes! Well, all right. We have successfully translated this game. There are three big things on my list. We have adding regions to everything, which I will not do on stream. We have done this previously. If we see how these areas are all colored and they're in their own regions and separated, it's just a nice little move. Makes it pretty. So we have done that in the past. That was actually the first organization thing that we did. So we're going to do that off stream. The other thing that is bothering me is that the title image is too big. And I'm not sure why that is. But what we can do is we can hit this release button and say release for testing. And it's going to release for testing. And that means under materials and release, we have Wychwood.glorb. And just as a final run, let's see if we can get through Wychwood as an inform game. Using the walkthrough. And I think we can. We go east, we go east, we go north. We examine the pond, get the piping. We go west, we go west, we go north, we go north, we go west. We open the door. We enter the cabin. We examine the drawer. We get the clip. Let's just bend the clip while we're thinking about it. We can leave. We go east, we go north, we go west. We push the slab. We go down. Open the door. We go tunnel. We go north, we go down. We lift the trap. We go down. Pull the cord. We examine the bed. We examine the table. And we go up. And then we go inventory. Cool. Then we go up. Go south. Then we go door. Then we go up. Then we go east. So we did all that. We examine the keyhole. We slide the news. We use the wire. We pull the news. We get the brass. Unlock the door. Pull the candelabra. We go opening. We get the flag. We leave. We go west. We go up. No! Why can I also see a panel in the ceiling? No! No! Okay. If the ceiling panel is found, that's why, because the ceiling panel needs to start as unfound. Okay. That's fine. Release it for testing again. Let's just reopen it. I want to say this. The actual game passed through. We solved one issue. I've been going at this for 5 hours. We've actually completed what we were aiming to do. I feel obscenely good about all of this. There's a couple of little things that I want to change that will be linked on the YouTube because I'm going to upload this to GitHub. I'm pretty proud of all this. We have successfully made a game. It took 20-something hours, but we made a game. And we learned a lot along the way. I think there's a lot that we can work with here. So, cool. I'm going to call it here. I'm very impressed and very proud of this run. I think it's a good day. So, tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is Text Adventure Tuesday. We are probably not going to have our wonderful co-host, JRAM. However, it is Christmas time, and I kind of want to play some Christmas games. So we're going to do that. And then for Friday, we're going to pick up X-Files the next time that JRAM can hang out on Friday. But when we're not, since she's going to be kind of busy, what we're going to do is we're going to start another kind of long game that we will weave in and out as we have time. And that's going to be Privateer 2, which I'm really excited about. There's a lot of like legitimately A-tier actors. The Privateer series is one of my favorite genres. All this very cool stuff. So that's all very cool. And then us finishing tonight means that next Monday is maybe J-Ram, but definitely Kate coming out, and we're going to play Katie in Meow Meow Land. I cannot wait. This has been a journey. I hope it's given sort of a on the ground view of making a game from scratch. And I hope that other people play Wychwood. You know, it's definitely of its time. It's definitely maybe a bit flawed. But I hope people play it. I think that's neat. Okay. Let's call it here. So actually Taco Adventure is playing The Crystal, which is a 1989 I believe graphical adventure. So coming to say hi, always fun. So yeah, let's do that. So again, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for coming through. Thank you everybody who gave thoughts on how to code this stuff. Just really appreciate everybody. And yeah, good night, good luck, and don't forget to Zizzy.